Right, I think we're ready. I want to preface this by saying I have basically no plan. So feel free to be as feel free to be as unconfident about that as you wish. And with that, I think we can make a start. So currently, the my only plan is essentially having a sort of creating a sort of rabbit warren style route, just because Easter bunny equals rabbit, rabbit equals rabbit warren, and you can sort of figure out the rest from there. I can never remember how to add another grid in Surveyor 2.0, although if I remember correctly, you basically just no, I remembered incorrectly. No. No, I've remembered it extremely incorrectly. So as far as I'm concerned, you have to use Surveyor 1. Mm. Fine, I'll just mute the phone. So I don't know what's happened to that texture. But at the end of the day, it shouldn't matter because we're not using it. No, nothing except for textures should be overwritten. You should know that by now. Well, there is no fill button, is there, in Surveyor 2.0? You just need to make the brush absurdly huge. And that's all you get. I don't remember that texture looking quite as ugly as that. No, you literally do have to go into Surveyor 1.0 to have new ones. When I said I had no plan, I wasn't joking. I genuinely have no clue what I'm doing. Maybe if I just kind of spitball with track plan designs and then figure out where I'm going to add the tunnels and bridges and stuff, it might make things slightly easier. Your optical illusions bore me. There we are. And then make this go above that. What even is the OSTER LOCO? Well, because we've now got some track on the ground, I can probably show you very briefly. Actually, I keep forgetting that I have to add the trains in the route builder. I could try and explain it to you, but I think it's better if you see for yourself. I'll make sure the sound is on, because the appearance of this train is kind of only the beginning. So I'll quickly make sure. Oh yeah, he's playing a reasonable volume. So it starts off with these sort of diesel train noises, despite being, well, I wouldn't really call it anything other than just an egg on wheels with a chunk taken out. But we shall get going. I've got no idea what Fred Flintstone shouting Yabba Dabba Doo has to do with Easter. The rabbit on the OSTER LOCO looks like Max from Sam and Max, with a weird texture. It does. I'm guessing that's probably the inspiration. Obviously, he's a different colour with a strange, realistic texture. Well, I don't know about realistic, but we'll call it detailed. I'll quickly sound the horn. But I hope you enjoyed that. That was the horn sound. I don't know what it directly has to do with Easter, other than it being, you know, a Bugs Bunny quote. Very, very tenuous link to Easter. In fact, I hope you can hear me over the noise of the engine, which is not the quietest thing in the world, although it's better in the cab. I don't know why I can see part of the track inside the cab. I'm guessing that's the ambient occlusion being weird or something. But yeah, for some reason it just makes these strange noises. Oh yeah, it does go over 10 miles an hour. We've reached 11. Whoever made this certainly had a sense of humour. Yeah, I suppose so. Or maybe he was just very troubled. Favourite Thomas Easter episode? Are there any Easter episodes? I'm trying to remember. Any ones that actually link to Easter, as opposed to just being a vague springtime episode. Even then, I'm trying to think of ones that actually prominently feature springtime. I mean, there's the end of the Flying Kipper, and of course Rusty to the Rescue. And there must be others that I can't think of off the top of my head. The Oster locomotive looks like something from an old Mobile Kids game. Yeah, I can see that. So it's interesting that the drawing of the rabbit on the engine itself is, well, he's wearing a shirt and tie, whereas the rabbit, quote-unquote, driving the engine is completely naked. Emily's Adventure. Is that a springtime episode? I know. I guess I often just don't think of the seasons necessarily unless it's very prominent in the episode. It makes more noises when it stops. Said it was spring during the beginning of the episode. Oh yeah, to be honest, I often, well, when it comes to like the hit era stuff, and probably pretty much everything post-classic, to be honest, I often don't know all of the narration off by heart, so usually I'm just remembering, I guess, what happens in the episodes and maybe individual quotes from characters. Toby feels left out and creaky crankier in the spring as well. Ah. Thomas would be perfectly justified in being pissed off with this engine pulling his coaches. You know, quite possibly, although he might be more confused than anything else. Ah, it's going faster down the hill. Who'd have thought? A creature on the rails. Yeah, that was That could be the name of a new Thomas special, Creature on the Rails, and it's just this thing on the cover. Have I seen the Transporters? I think I've seen a couple of episodes. I never watched it as a kid. I think it was probably... I mean, considering it was the target audience was very young children, I'm guessing it was probably a bit after my time, but I get the feeling that I would have been... If it was an older show, or if I was younger, I probably would have been shown it, like taken out of class to watch episodes of the Transporters, because I did... I would sometimes get taken out of class for things like speech and language therapy, which is... My recollection was we were basically... well, being taught like figures of speech and how they're not always literal and things like that.
Yes.
Well, that's some new quotes. Not heard those ones yet. But yeah, now that everyone is acquainted with the OSTER LOCO, I can continue route building. But yeah, I would like to point out that this was included as a default engine, like it was included in versions of Trainz. It wasn't you didn't have to actively seek it out. It was just in the game. And I wonder if N3V or Auron, whoever it was, got clearance to use those old cartoon quotes. It's a mystery. Surprised people are forgetting this model. The ancient texts are being forgotten. Indeed. We need to... people need to be educated about the past. Right, I might... I mean, I was going to say to make this route more realistic, but considering the engine that's going to be operating it, I don't think realism is necessarily the most pressing matter in the world. Remember finding it in Trainz 2009. Yeah, that was that was the version of Trainz that introduced me to it. I'm not sure if it was in any other versions. It may have been in Trainz 12 or something. Transporters is all right. Human faces superimposed onto the vehicles is really the only notable aspect of it. Yeah, it's the only... Yeah, it's not exactly... it is just sort of a... a perfectly serviceable children's show outside of the strange faces. Why doesn't this one want to... Want to have its height changed. Oh, that's better. I think you'd be really weirded out if you saw the transporter faces as a child. Yeah, I'd have. I was going to say I'd have probably found it a bit strange, and perhaps I would if I'd seen it as a very young child. Although, as a child, even though I know I said in an earlier stream that I didn't want to watch The Wild Thornberrys as a kid because I thought it looked too ugly. A lot of quote unquote ugly shows I didn't actually have that much of a problem with. Like everyone goes on about how Angela Anaconda looks ugly and scary. I never really saw it like that as a kid. I just thought, oh, it's something a bit different, isn't it? I think another example is this very old BBC show called Green Claws, which I think Stuart Millard did a video on it, if you're interested. But looking back on the main character of that show, he does look pretty creepy looking and not really something you'd want a character on a children's show to look like. But again, as a kid, it didn't really occur to me that he was cursed and creepy looking. He just looked like a sound geezer. I just want to select the track. There we are. Got there in the end. Seems like the OSTER LOCO has sound bites from Homer Simpson, Fred Flintstone, and Looney Tunes cartoons. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. And again, I can't imagine that Oren or N3V got clearance to use those sounds before sticking the OSTER LOCO in the game. But who knows? I didn't read the production credits of the show, the game. Transporters has a successor called The Space Place, narrated by Rob Rackstraw, and the faces are CGI. Yeah, I seem to remember I've come across that. To be honest, I think the faces in that show might look worse than the transporters. I guess they're not as uncanny, but also not great either. I'm not straightened. Yeah. How does that look? Will do for now. I've not seen creepy until I've seen animal quackers. Might have to look that up quickly. Oh dear. I'm surprised it's a TV show. It looks more like some sort of animatronic stage show. And also, I guess I can let it off by the fact that it's from the 1970s, or they hadn't quite. Well, I was going to say they hadn't quite figured out how to make appealing children's characters. I think there definitely existed appealing children's characters before the 1970s, but I think it was kind of fashionable for in the 1970s to just make children's characters that were horrible. Unless we say about Mr. Nosy Bonk, the better, I think. Probably going to need some flat sections for like stations and stuff. So what I might do is Mr. Nosy Bonk is a national treasure, and I know it. No, I do apologise. I will refrain from speaking ill of our Lord and Saviour. Let me make this bit without a gradient, so I can put a station there or something. So I might bring all this closer to the rest of the track, because I think with rabbit warren layouts you do want things to be a bit you want everything to be quite close together. What does the OSTER in LOCO even mean? I think it's just Easter in a different language. Is it German? Yeah, well, Oster is German for Easter. I don't know if that means the model itself is German, because you'd think it would be Osterlock rather than LOCO if it was German, but I don't know. Possibly it was created by someone who speaks a bit of both. Now, looking at this looks a bit like that old roller coaster route from Microsoft Train Simulator, but I promise it'll look better once we add gradients and scenery and stuff like that, which hopefully shouldn't take all night. Mr. Blobby is scary to the point where he wraps around to being weirdly funny. Yeah. I think Mr. Blobby was another one of those characters I never really got on with as a kid. The other way. There we are. Straighten that. And make sure the grade is at 0. Then, oh, no, we don't want to do that. Not adding points just yet. Might add sidings and branches eventually, but at the moment I just want to get the main route done. Any British characters you can think of that are creepier than Mr. Blobby or Nosy Bonk? I mean, there's a character from an old show called Pipkins, which I never watched as a kid, but I think was sort of like the British version of Sesame Street. And there was a character called Hartley Hare, who, if I remember correctly, I think that's his name, who genuinely looks like roadkill. So, again, insert the thing I was saying before about children's characters from the 1970s being horrible. If that has a height of 0, then how can that go deep underground when that has a height of 0? Also, the grade is quite evidently not 0% because it's going deeper into the ground. If I do that, and then connect this, does that help? I'm not sure yet. And it's still saying the grade is 0, but it's clearly going deeper inwards. I think we're all right at the moment. I think actually it might be better if I do that. Have I heard of a show called George Shrinks? I've come across the name. I'm not sure if I've watched an episode. It was from 2000, so I'm surprised I haven't watched an episode because it is definitely from my era of being a kid and watching these shows. I'm not sure what channel it aired on over here, but like I said, it definitely did air. Well, there's nothing on the Wikipedia page about it, about what channel it aired on over here, so I guess it will remain a mystery. I'm not saying the show's creepy or anything. No, it doesn't look creepy. I feel like if Mr. Nosybonk got a reboot in the modern day, they'd probably make him less creepy. Now, either that or play into the horror element, I suppose, which has been, I think, has been done in unofficial ways. Right, well, we've got I guess something resembling a complete circuit. Might add some runaround loops and sidings here and there. Can I? I think that's a bit better. Can sort of sort of polish up stuff like this later. I just want to make sure it's all here for the time being. That's already straightened. That's not already straightened, but it now is. And now that's straightened too. So we can have a station here maybe. And probably maybe like a little halt here. Might add some hills and then well, carve the terrain around the track. On the on this side, I might move it downwards. There we are. Just so there's a bit of variation in height. Remember Budgie the Little Helicopter? Yeah, I remember seeing that sometimes on TV, although it's one of those shows where I couldn't really name what happens in any episode, even though I definitely remember watching it. It's pretty much just the intro that I have I can remember with any clarity, which makes sense because it was composed by, if I remember right, it was composed by Paul K. Joyce of Bob the Builder fame. So it makes sense that it'd stick in my head. Tubi has some obscure shows with zero fan art, like Ryan DeFreites or DeFrates. I don't know how you say it. Secret Agent. I've never heard of this show before. Also, it doesn't seem to say when the show came out. Although some people are saying 2019, so that explains why I haven't heard of it, I suppose. Have I seen the American re-edit of Tugs, Salty's Lighthouse? It was your introduction to Tugs as a kid pre-internet. I've heard of it, and I've never seen the redubbed episodes. Or, I say redubbed, I think some of them were just, if I remember right, some of them were just completely original episodes with reused footage. Could be misremembering. Now we can start smoothing the ground. Oh dear. Hopefully I can fix that. Not like that, I can't. Let's try this. Oh, I can add a bridge here, maybe. So I might flatten out this a bit more. Just so I can add. Oh, just so I can like maybe add a station platform here or something. Salty's Lighthouse's Shining Time Station done badly. That's more or less what I've heard of. Remember Watch My Chops, Pit and Cantrop, Zombie Hotel, BB3B, and the Silver Brumby as a child. I've heard of Watch My Chops and I've heard of BB3B, but not the others. Silver Brumby. Oh, it's got a horse in it. It's not something I've ever heard of. Again, 1998, so I'd have been the right age to have heard of it, but I've never come across it before. So it was Australian. Don't know if it aired in the UK. Could be wrong. Well, I wasn't wrong because I just said I don't know if it aired in the UK, so I'm not wrong about that, but I could be wrong. It could be that it did air, is what I meant to say. I'm trying to remember how. That'll do us. Alright, so when it comes to adding the scenery, I should now be able to add a station platform here or something. Obviously, there's going to have to be a bridge here because I'm going to do that. And smooth that ground as well. So I'm going to have to add a bridge here. Or maybe even a tunnel. We shall have to see. Probably be some bridges and some tunnels. Are there going to be any other engines on this route, or is it just OSTER? Well, we'll have to see. I'm not aware of any other cursed trains in available for trains. There might be some, but I probably don't have them downloaded if there are. But maybe we can add some non-cursed trains if we particularly want some. We want to cleanse our minds or something. Wonder if this would be a good place to add a tunnel, maybe. I'm not sure. No, didn't want to do that. Right, so I think that's yeah, all of the track visible. I'll probably add a tunnel here. I might even extend the tunnel so that it goes through there and comes out somewhere here-ish. And I might add a maybe a loop here. Am I familiar with Tintin? Yeah, I've got some of the books in my collection, and I do have the complete series of the Nelvana cartoon on DVD, which I quite enjoy. It's if I remember right, it's sort of similar to the Rupert cartoon that they did. There's also quite a faithful adaptation of the original graphic novels. Actually, is that where we wanted to put the second station? Because it does appear to be it's on a gradient, so perhaps they should just. So perhaps not. But I'll might keep the run around loop in there for now. So this looks like it needs fixing. Soundtrack from Tintin is really damn good. Yeah, it does have good music. If I remember right, there was a YouTuber who used to make Trainz, Thomas and Friends remakes, who used the Tintin theme as his intro before every video. That was a long time ago. Ah, here's where the other station was going to be, I think. Well, I just had to mute the mic for a second because I sneezed. Yeah, you remember that too? Train Simulator Classic has a rocket engine. I know there's like a yellow jet train, the Train Simulator Classic, and the also the Super Class 47, which is a bit better because it doesn't get caught on things, because the yellow jet train is pretty massive. And of course, there's also the Smoky Joe for Train Simulator Classic, which is always a bit of a laugh. Hi Rexel Jet, how are things? Things are doing all right, I think. I should be able to add a station platform here. I might quickly grab the height so I can add some well, make the ground a bit flat around here, or maybe on this side. I'm not sure. Well, we can add it on one of the sides. We can add a station platform and a building. Superclass 47 is faster than Smoky Joe. Yeah, it's certainly more stable because once you get Smoky Joe to about well, like over, I don't think I've been able to get Smoky Joe in Train Simulator Classic to go over probably about 250 miles an hour, because at that point it's just so unstable, it just flies off the track unless you're on a really straight route with no tight curves. Have I seen the '06 Smoky Joe Trainz model? I'm not sure if I have. Um, no, I'm not sure where you can find it. I remember years ago I was working on a Smoky Joe model for Trainz, but the file corrupted before I could do anything with it. So top them out in the season 5 drafts was too unlikable. Yeah, I did notice that. In fact, it was pointed out that both Middle Engine and Rusty Saves the Day have a version of the Fat Controller which is pretty close to how he is in those early drafts. So I think David Mitten probably had an idea for how the Fat Controller should act, which was sort of at odds with how we usually envision the Fat Controller as being sort of a father figure for his engines, whereas the version in the season 5 draft very much was not that. He was just sort of it was all about the I think he saw the railway as a business more than anything else. Except this. There we are. Can I do anything with this? What I might do is move this further along so that when I add the dig hole, hopefully it shouldn't be too difficult to add the dig hole. How's that one? Really, if I and part of me wonders whether I should have added the inside of the tunnel before setting the height of all this. I start making I start making the inside of the tunnel now. A guy named Smokey Joe Modeler made the train Smokey Joe. I'll have to remember that. Use like one. Am I going to have to do this? Do this. And then I can hopefully think about adding the dig hole. I wonder if it needs to be bigger, maybe. Not that big. So, to what extent can I rotate it? Why do I keep trying to select the track? I'm clearly not trying to do that. No, it won't rotate at all. And they're all the wrong orientation. That one just can't be moved. Aha. No, I don't want to. Still not quite right, I don't think. I need to find a way of patching that up. Let's see if I decide to use it. Might end up finding something better, I'm not sure yet. Oh, I do want to... I would like to move this, if that's okay. Believe me, it is okay. I'll make sure of it. Why does it keep trying to select the track? I'm nowhere near the track. That's too small. It's too big. It's too small. That's too big. That looks like it would be the right size, but it just can't be moved. I actually try and just put it in the right place. Aha, that is, well, sort of close. It might be as good as we're going to get, I think. And if we end up covering all this with like foliage and, well, trees and shrubs, then we might be all right. Wonders of Soda has files for Harold and Tiger Moss. Did hear about that. Do we have a page on the cutting room floor? Because I have I've sort of occasionally done a search for Wonders of Sodor, the cutting room floor, but as of today, there still isn't a Wonders of Sodor page, which is a shame, because I always like browsing the cutting room floor when I'm bored and just looking up unused and prototype elements in video games. So hopefully that does eventually happen. I'm sure I can hide that hole with something. Not that, though. Oh, I've seen Pepe Juan's Trainz stuff. Made Tom's characters and real engines in the style of the old Soda Island 3D models. Now I haven't come across this stuff. I have to look it up after the stream, maybe. They aren't. No one will be any the wiser. And again, once we add trees and shrubs around here, then it'll be a lot less conspicuous. That's the plan. What's up with the order in which I receive messages from the chat? I know. I was reading those last few ones out of order. That was just a me thing. I was just scrolling up to find other messages. Oh, I'm gonna rotate it. Like with that, I think I can start thinking about covering this lot up. We have a bridge here, but that'll come later. Is the tunnel supposed to be like a burrow? Well, it's I said it at the start of the stream. I'm sort of basing this layout on rabbit warren layouts, which I guess a popular, a popular style of model railway layout for mainly narrow gauge model railways, although this is a standard gauge route. Let's see if I can make a dig hole and not have it look terrible. That's the plan. It doesn't look too bad. I'll have to see if I can maybe like lower this or something. Oh, that looks all right actually. Oh, that's looking a bit better. Wonder if because this is at the I guess the base of the route, if you like, if I should maybe like add a small shunting yard or something. I don't know if the OSTER LOCO is known for its shunting capabilities. Speaking of shunting capabilities, I might maybe next week do another Wonders of Sodor stream where I tackle the shunting challenges. If anyone wants to see that. Opinions on Hornby Virtual Railway. It's been a while since I played either of the Hornby Virtual Railway games. Seems to remember having quite a bit of fun with them at the time, even if they were a little primitive. And I forget whether he was in the second one, but in the first one, Smokey Joe was in it, so it's automatically it was automatically one of the best games ever. Sharat Tomp was a crazy name translation. Yeah, it is one of the stranger things I got out of Google Translate that one time. I do need to make a third Google Translate video. That might be fun to look at. Maybe Toby Duck and Donald and Douglas. See how what happens when they get translated a million times and then back into English again. There's a Queen Elizabeth Memorial model train that uses an American locomotive shape. Oh yeah, the what was it? The Bradford Exchange. It was a bit of an odd one. Yeah, it was made by the Bradford Exchange. If I remember right, they're just one of those companies that just makes a load of cheap crap to sell to idiots. They do a lot of mail order HO sets. I wonder what other ones they do actually. Maybe I can find pictures. Well, they also do one that's called Santa Pups, and it's a dog driving a train. I'm sure they must surely do others, although I'm not currently looking. Rather, there's a few Christmas ones, which makes sense, I suppose. Yeah, I'm sure there are other people who are versed in the who are more well versed in the world of Bradford Exchange tat than I am. There actually was a Sammy the Shunter O gauge model made. I seem to remember hearing something about that someone had an O gauge layout with a custom Sammy the Shunter model in like the 50s or the 60s or whenever it was. Bradford the Breakdown is better than the Bradford Exchange. Yeah, I can't imagine that he's much worse. Something I'd really like actually if just the sleepers on this set of points went higher up than everything else. This is straight, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh, I've seen the 70s Royal Scot set from Bachmann where the engine's painted blue at the end. Yes, I think I have seen that actually. That was where. Well, it was before. I think it was after Bachmann had acquired the old mainline toolings, but before they'd launched the branch line range, or they before they'd properly launched the UK range. I could be wrong, but I think that's what happened. Have I ever watched Wacky Races? I used to watch it as a kid when it was on Boomerang. I never realised as a kid that they only made a handful of episodes. There was only like 12 episodes of the show, wasn't there? At least the original show. It was one of those things where I think it's I think it's a mixture of the fact that he never wins and the fact that he's the character that we follow throughout all the episodes. But I always wanted to see Dick Dastardly win, and being a bit disappointed at the end of every episode when he didn't, except for that one episode he where he thinks he's won, but then we see an action replay and he was actually just using some sort of using some sort of cheat to make it look like he'd won instead by extending the front of his car. I remember thinking, I don't know, for some reason as a kid I just thought that was unfair. Like if Penelope Pitstop won, would she have been scrutinised like that? I don't know. Maybe she would have been. He did win twice in Fender Bender 5000. Is that an episode? Uh, this was Wake, Rattle and Roll, which Fender Bender 500, and it was a revival of Wacky Races. I don't remember Wake, Rattle and Roll or Fender Bender 500, so that must have been one of those shows that never got reran when I was a kid. It was like I think that sort of general era of Hanna-Barbera, that sort of a strange transitional era before they were bought out by Turner Broadcasting, but after most of their classic shows had already been wrapped up, which is always been a bit of a mystery to me because those shows were rarely, if ever, repeated when I was a kid, at least not in the UK. You don't think Wake, Rattle and Roll even aired in the UK? No, that'll be it. We were robbed of the chance of seeing Dick Dastardly win a race. I want to add some bridges, don't I? Is this a good bridge to have? There's no arches, which is a bit of a shame. Let's have a look. I'll say arches, I meant supports. That looks. Mind you, is it a bit narrow? What we want. We could do with it being a bit wider. There's this. Is that better? Actually. Yeah, I think this one will be is more what I'm after. Flintstone Speed Racer, Dudley Do Right, etc. had live action movies, but Wacky Racers didn't. It's a bit of a strange one. I'm sure it would have done well back in the well, back in the 90s, where a lot of classic cartoons were getting, I guess, live action adaptations. Oh. I think because at the time, at that point, the show was still being repeated on Cartoon Network and Boomerang and whatever. I think kids would have definitely known what it was. No, no. Can I? Can I straighten that? Yes, I can. That's already straightened. I just need to. There we are. Well, that looks all right. Can I use the same? No, I'm going to have to use something taller, or maybe even the one that doesn't have the supports. What's this one like? No, that's just barely not good enough. Of course, Wacky Races was already inspired by a live action film, the Great Race. Can I use this? If I check the MB bridges, maybe I can find something half decent here. And, oh, so can I? Yeah, I can just remove the road, which is a nice little thing you can do. And with that, can I just? There we are. Oh, I might have to either adjust the bridge or adjust the tracks underneath. And actually, some of these are angled, aren't they? So maybe can I select this and replace it? No, I think if I want to do that, I've got to go into Surveyor 1. And pray I can actually get this thing to select, which it doesn't want to do. And I can't remember. Is it that? What? Right. Well, that's. No, I think it wouldn't have. You probably wouldn't have literally died if you told me that beforehand. Just got a hunch. I think you'd still be alive, better or for worse. Now, is this better? Could potentially be better. Can't replace bridges, sadly. That's a bit of a shame. Yeah, looks like we can fit the track. Yeah, just about. And then hopefully I'll let us remove the road. No, it doesn't seem to want to for some reason. Is it not going to let me remove the road? I had a feeling it might have been too good to be true. Nope, that's way worse. Well, L10, was that better? I think it might actually be better. And I can remove the road. There we are. I think that should be good enough. I've almost got a three-way bridge type deal. With that, I think all the bridges and tunnels are accounted for. So I can think about adding some scenery and maybe modifying the topology where it makes sense to do so. Do I have a favourite YouTube pooper? Well, I guess it might be cheating to say hour of poop just because his stuff is like on a whole separate level. But having said that, I do Still very much like his work. And we mentioned in the Wonders of Sodor stream uh, the real Xbox nerd, or TRXN. I've always been a fan of his work. Remember, there was an upload of British Midlands with a super long title with the names of all these Thomas characters. Well, that seems like a strange thing to do. I remember once on trainsim.com, which is mostly a site for Microsoft Train Simulator mods, but there are mods for other games on the site as well, like Trainz and Railworks and that sort of thing. I remember there was a Trainz asset on there just called something like, I think it was just called Thomas the Tank Engine, and I downloaded it thinking it would be some sort of mystery Thomas model that wasn't anywhere else on the internet, and because there was no picture on the site, so I downloaded it and installed the CDP onto Trainz. What it actually was just a single poster. It was just an Alicia Botti poster. It was meant to be put on in the wall of a station or something. I was a bit disappointed, to say the least. Hour of Poop is made of two people. Yeah, I seem to remember hearing that it was two separate people. I'm not super clued up, but I suppose it makes sense if there's more than one person working on them. Yeah, I might add a small engine shed here. It does have an interior, but I don't think the door can open, so it's probably not much cop. Like this. I remember reading Trainz 2 where the main point was to fall off a broken bridge. I'm trying to remember if I've heard of that one, because I remember um, sometimes like downloading and buying routes for Trainz 2 during the brief period where I had it on my phone. I don't know whether I'll necessarily keep this shed design or replace it with something else. It's 2 tracks, and that's no good. That's 3 track. Well, this one will do for now, I think. Maybe add a signal box. Trainz 2 had a payway called Runaway Train. They save an Australian train using an American Santa Fe from a broken bridge. Oh, I'm not sure if I had that one. I'm trying to remember if Rossworth Vale was payware on Trainz too, because I think I had that one. And he had a platform here. No, I don't know. To be honest, I haven't even thought about what coaches or trucks the OSTER LOCO should pull, because it doesn't really fit with anything. I might add 2 platforms just because if you want to, I don't know why I'm trying to apply realism into this, but I guess if you were to try and get to this station by road, probably make more sense to have a road connection on this side rather than this side. Can the engineer even fit underneath the footbridge? It's a very tight squeeze. I think his ears just brush the footbridge, but I don't know if I can actually make it go any higher. No, I think that's as high as it'll go. So there might end up being a bit of clipping going on. Trainz Super, what I understand, these models from Trainz in New Era like Flying Scotsman. I'm trying to remember if there was more than one Flying Scotsman for Trainz 2 or not, because I think the one I had may have been the one from Trainz 2004. And the good thing about making a route that's not based on an illustration or real life means that I don't have to well, it means I don't have to cycle through absolutely everything in order to find something that vaguely matches up with whatever reference I'm using. I can just pick a station building and then more or less leave it at that. If you heard a noise, that was me just bumping into the microphone. And do any of these really fit with the pre-established look? Why is the pivot point so far away from the actual object? do. I suppose I might as well add some benches. I really hate adding benches to stations in Trainz, because as we established in the last stream where I made a Trainz route, in Surveyor 2.0 at least, the separate layers doesn't actually seem to do anything. So you create your put the station building on one layer, then make a new layer to put the bench on, and it still keeps trying to select the station building when you're trying to select the bench. It's just not on. Is it control? Oh, there we are. Oh, that doesn't look too bad, I suppose. It occurs to me I'm going to have to put this onto a different line. God, I didn't know that happened when you try to move a train and move a camera at the same time. That's a new one. But yeah, I'm going to have to well, make it so that you can actually load and unload passengers at the station. So I'm gonna have to insert a spline point there and here, and remove that, and then add a station. There we go. Is that what I'm after? No, because for some reason the passengers are on the floor. Is this more what I'm after? No, because they're also on the floor. Where's the one where they're not on the floor? I'm sure there was one. This? No. That's strange. Aha. Here's the right one. Oh. There we are. Have I played any of the Retro Toms games on the Genesis, Super Nintendo, or Amiga? Yeah, I have. I've played the well, mainly the Mega Drive or Genesis game on an emulator. In fact, one time back when I was at my old job, one time at the end of term, we went to this well, I was going to say like community centre type thing, or entertainment complex that had a pool table, but it also had a like a one of those arcade machines that has Raspberry Pi and a bunch of ROMs installed. And me and my friend, who's also um, quite quite a big Thomas fan, we both played the Genesis Thomas and Friends game on the machine. But I've definitely also played the Amiga version, or the Amiga game, although they may have been the DOS versions. And I'm sure I must have played the Super Nintendo game at some point. Actually, will it? I think it might even struggle to fit in the engine shed. Yeah, I think those ears just sort of get in the way of everything. Um, might add a fence to go around the ends of the platform. So on one side, I can give it a go on the other side. Who'd have known? Polish PM36 one looks like an A4 bit. I think I have seen that. Yeah, I suppose it does look a bit like a. It does look a bit like an A4, like we have an A4 at home. It's quite a nice looking thing, even ignoring the fact that it looks very A4-esque. The blue color scheme perhaps not helping. In fact, some pictures of it even seem to show it with red wheels, which There's also a bit of an A4 thing. Something to do on this side. There we are. So we wanted a station here, didn't we? Is all engines go Gordon the V2 if he's a 262? I don't think, to be honest, the characters in All Engines Go are so. I think they're probably so far removed from real trains that it might be a bit of a stretch to say they're based on anything. Like, I don't think I'd even call All Engines Go Thomas an E2, because at that point, he doesn't really look like anything, any real life locomotive. It's a bit big for what we want. Given these called the OSTER LOCO, I wonder if it's worth having a look at some of the German stations. See if anything is what we're looking for. I kind of like this timber frame thing. Wonder actually no, that wouldn't make any sense. Mind you, it's occurred to me that in mainland Europe, their platforms are much shorter in height than. Oh, didn't mean to do that. They're much shorter in height than British ones, so maybe this won't quite work out. But I think this looks fine, I suppose. And then I can add some more benches. Let's see, and this is probably a bit on the long side. Like I always tend to overestimate how long I want my station platforms to be. I can't imagine that the trains that have to stop here are particularly long. What real-life British 460 most resembles Old Shape Henry? I'm not sure, especially since, well, in the Railway series, Old Shape Henry is supposed to be a 462, and sort of often illustrated as a 460 because, well, I guess they hadn't quite figured out what he was meant to look like at that point. It's interesting though because there are, as far as I'm aware, there are no British 460s with a sort of wide great firebox like Henry has. I'm not sure if there are any in the world that are like that. Like how Russia, Poland, and Germany all had black steam engines with red wheels. Yeah, it does make them stand out quite a bit, and I think it's been theorised by people who are probably more well versed on the subject than I am that the reason why early Brio trains were just sort of simplistic black locomotives with red wheels is in direct reference to like German and Polish locomotives, despite the fact that obviously Brio were a Swedish company, and I think Sweden did their own separate thing when it came to painting locomotives. Uh, Had some fences. There we are. I need another spline point here. it not the right height? No, I guess that sort of looks all right. Yeah, I don't know why I'm bothered with things looking perfectly realistic in on a railway that's going to be operated with this. Let me insert a spline point. Yeah. If I should think about smoothing out some of the topography around here. I should add a loop-to-loop. Trying to think, can you do a loop-to-loop in Trainz? I might have to quickly check that out. No, don't want to select the ground texture. I want to select the track. I'm really fussed about keeping things on the ground. I'm just experimenting at the moment. Looks like perhaps you sort of can. You like the trope? You know the trope where characters have bad luck and end up always getting into accidents, like Mr. Tumble from Richard Scarey and Hans Moleman from The Simpsons. Yeah, and not, of course, not forgetting Calamity James, because we always need to mention the Beano on this channel. Well, it looks like you sort of can do a loop-to-loop. It might be a bit scuffed. I could maybe add an extra siding somewhere on here with a loop-to-loop. And shame there's no underground Ernie characters in Trainz. Could have had Hammersmith and City doing the loop-to-loop, which is apparently part of the Hammersmith and City line. I haven't been on the... I think I've only been on the London Underground once, and I don't remember the loop-to-loop, but why would Underground Ernie lie to me? Right, so let's briefly try out this very scuffed loop-the-loop. Oops, I don't want to go backwards. Can I imagine a Porsche and Polar Express collab? Trying to think what that would involve. Would the Polar Express be replaced with a Porsche? Or would it be a Porsche racing the Polar Express? Or maybe they go to Santa's factory at the end of the Polar Express's route, and it turns out that all they're making at the workshop are toy Porsches. So I guess you could take a lot of different routes when it comes to a collab like that. Well, I don't think we're going to be going upside down, but you sort of can do a loop-the-loop. What if Railway Series Henry was built into an LMS Princess instead of a Black 5? I'm not sure really. It would just be... I guess it would be quite similar, although I guess it would probably make Gordon even more jealous to have an engine that's as powerful as him, if not more so, on the main line and doing similar duties. I forget how slow this engine is. Well, yeah, that's what a loop-the-loop looks like in Trainz. Actually, if I remember correctly, you can actually, like, rotate the tracks to an extent, can't you? So maybe I can make this more loop-the-loop-ish. And actually, maybe you can actually go upside down. If I add another spline point, and then maybe if it'll let me select it again. Oh, come on. Stop delaying the inevitable. And can I rotate this? Not like that. No. What's happened? So it unfortunately is looking rather like you can't go upside down. Doesn't want to let me. Just wants to make strange... Goes from loop-the-loop to bean-the-bean. Or cashew-the-cashew. No, I don't want to drive. I want to, no, I don't. There we are. And, go over here while I figure out what to do with this. Oh, I figured out what to do with it. Funny that. Well, it doesn't want to be deleted by the looks of things. And Calamity James sounds like his life is absolute hell. Yeah, pretty much. Right, with that, I can start adding more fences, I think. On a gradient. I like drawing the scrap and workshop engines from the Thomas magazines. It's definitely something I can do. Maybe I'm sure I could probably extend the magazine engine saga into 3 parts. And so part 2 will probably have Little Barford, Kingfisher, the miniature engine, and I feel like I'm Old Victor, that was it. And then part 3 could maybe have the workshop engines, scrap engines, maybe Silver, because I don't think I've seen anyone like give Silver a design. Because in the original magazine story, he wasn't illustrated because he was just part of a story, which was a bit of a strange story because it's almost like, because it features Skarloey and Boko, but Boko is like almost like a parental figure to Skarloey, who's written as a young engine, and it's like it seems strange that they'd make one of the youngest engines a parental figure to one of the oldest. But clearly somebody at either Marvel Comics or the Brit Allcroft Company decided that Skarloey was a young and inexperienced engine, when in reality he is the oldest engine on the island. Well, aside from Bloomer, but he's not in the TV series. About more and more and more combined engines. At some point I will uh, do another combined engines episode. They're always a good laugh. I think the Flying Thistle got cast as Hogwarts Express instead of Alton Hall due to him already being painted in the colours. It's quite possible because for the, if I remember right, for the longest time they wanted Bully Pacific to be the Hogwarts Express, and then at the last minute they saw Alton Hall and they were like, actually we want that character, we want that engine instead. Wooden Railway Ryan is just Purple Thomas. Yeah, that was a bit of a shame because if I remember correctly, there was a prototype at the New York Toy Fair which showed that Ryan was originally going to have a unique sculpt, but in the end they just reused Thomas's body. I always felt that if they had to repaint, or not, if they had to repaint a pre-existing character to make Ryan, I feel like Whiff would have been better because not only does he have the 8 wheels rather than 6, but he's also got much like Ryan, his tanks don't extend all the way to his smoke box. There is an exposed part of the boiler which isn't covered by the tanks. I don't know. Maybe they just wanted to play up the idea that Ryan was like maybe not a rival to Thomas, but maybe I guess Thomas saw him as a rival, even if the rivalry was a bit one-sided. Kind of reminds me of before the Great Discovery came out, a lot of the marketing and press releases and stuff claimed that Stanley was going to be like Thomas but bigger. I remember there was a lot of rumors in the fandom that Stanley was going to be an E4 or London, Brighton, South Coast Railway E4 or E3 maybe, because since they are sort of similar to the E2, of a similar lineage, but bigger with a larger coal bunker and trailing wheels. And then we finally got a look at Stanley, and he was just an 060 saddle tank engine. I'm not even sure if he is bigger than Thomas. Mind you, Ryan was meant to be arrogant and overconfident in the original script before they changed him to be nice. Yeah, I remember that. I remember hearing about that. I quite like Ryan as he is, but it would have been interesting to see what the original plans for Ryan may have been like, and it may have even like what am I going to say? Something like because Ryan is a Gresley engine like Gordon and Spencer, maybe it was maybe it would have maybe played up on the idea that maybe the upbringing of Gresley locomotives, and or maybe they're just inherently a bit arrogant before they're brought down to size. wonder whether I should have a road at some point, like crossing the track. And I'm not looking forward to the logging locos, but am I looking forward to the international engines when the time comes? Yeah, I think that'll be interesting. One thing is that for the characters introduced in the Great Race, we don't need to we don't need to give them somewhere to work on Sodor, because they're not supposed to work on Sodor. And I think as long as they're standard gauge, which many of them are, we can sort of neatly fit them in, I suppose. The magazine says fire engine looks like Caroline. Oh yeah, Angus the fire engine. You have an idea for the combined engines. Renank for Rheneas and Hank, Duke for Trevor and Duke, and Sir Herty for Bertie and Sir Handel. Well, it's all down to what the random wheel spinner says. Because I am spline point. Because I have to do what the random spinner wheel says for when it comes to the combined engines. It was straight. Can I? Nope. Actually, I suppose I could move this down here, couldn't I? Where it's a bit flatter. Ooh. Should I add a... I should probably make this a proper level crossing, shouldn't I? Tor Valley and 8F number 48151 were candidates for the Harry Potter locomotive choice. The Tor Valley was too modern, according to the director, but nothing was said about why the 8F wasn't picked. Yeah, I guess maybe they just thought the 8F looked too much like a goods engine, maybe a bit too industrial. I mean, the whole class is a mixed traffic, but I guess I suppose to the layman it doesn't look much different from any other Great Western 460, whereas the 8Fs are a bit more. I guess the extra driving wheels make them obviously goods engines. Is this something that can work? I think I can work with this. Just need to add Some spline points. Ooh, don't want that. No, I don't want that. The reason why Duncan wasn't in Blue Mountain Mystery because Douglas was undergoing repairs and the animators went to the Taliclin Railway. Yeah, I'm sure I remember hearing that was the reason. And then presumably ARC were just like, we won't let that stop us, and made Duncan the way they did. Oh, I heard of Sooty the Little Black Engine. I think I have, yeah. The name rings a bell. I'm trying to remember, this was the one that was the one that had an engine that was quite clearly just Gordon. And also a green engine that looks a bit like some sort of like BR standard class or something. It's strange though. Clearly, whoever worked on or whoever was illustrating that book clearly wasn't bothered about copyright, were they? I remember once seeing a book that wasn't about talking trains. It was I think it was called something like the Further Adventures of Galdora or something. It was about a sentient ragdoll, but there's one illustration that's of a girl leaving or like a girl getting off a train and leaving a railway station. But you can see the train in the background, and the train is very obviously just Thomas. Like it's got the same shape and the number 1 and everything, although it's viewed at an angle where you can't see his face. So obviously there was something going on then. Although in that instance you could maybe see it as more like paying tribute rather than just ripping off a character design. This wasn't the right type of road to pick. Can I replace roads? I wonder. Why isn't it actually showing up in here? Aha. Yes, I can. Sooty's Little Black Engine's blue engine named Bluebell is a 242 tender engine, even though 242 tender engines don't exist in the UK. Now, not unless you count Greater Britain, and even that is a I think it's actually a 2222, but it looks like a 242. That better? Not sure actually. There are the CL roads, but I need them marked. Oh, that's right. One's marked. Can I undo the first set plates? There we are. I don't want it with a. No, I don't have the asset. No, this might do. Actually, that's even better. There we are. I can go back into Surveyor 2.0, straighten it. So I wonder if I should lower this down a bit. And, yeah, might rotate this a bit. I didn't say straighten, I said smooth ground. Anything you miss, you get in your hair done. I don't know if you're around to see the makeshift loop-the-loop, but we discovered that you technically can make them in Trainz, even though I don't think there's a way to to make the track go upside down, so it sort of twists to in order to stay upright all the time. One should do us. Well, maybe not actually. Maybe let's try it. We got R10 on here. Yeah. Yeah, that looks more or less perfect, I think. And the thing with a lot of older road-based Trainz assets is that in earlier versions of Trainz, the road was always floating, and so stuff like road bridges and level crossings had to compensate for it. But it means that newer road assets end up getting buried into the ground as a result. Well, that will do us. I'll probably bring the road down here. Oh, I watched Shed 17. Yeah, I remember watching Shed 17 back in the day. I remember on my older DeviantArt account, I posted I think a journal entry where I basically theorized about the timeline of Shed 17, because I remember one thing that sort of rubbed me the wrong way about the original video was the fact that it's all set in like the late 70s and 80s, and it's like, doesn't that, well, I thought that kind of ignores the railway series and the trains were alive in that, but I sort of made a theory about how Shed 17 and the railway series can still coexist. I watched the YouTube series Tea and Moonshine. I have heard of it. Um, I would like to give it a watch at some point. But I haven't watched it as of yet. I'll probably just make the road do a big loop, much like the railway. What? I didn't think I want to add one now. And this will probably end up looking better once we've added, well, once I've added some shrubbery and maybe some buildings and stuff. Please don't tell me you made Audrey evil. No, no, Audrey's not evil in that speculation, uh, in that speculation piece that I did. If anything, the Fat Controller's the evil one, but then he's evil in the original video, so that tracks. It's the wrong button. Trying to connect the road to the fence. Just like that. Lombard steam log hauler. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Just looks like a saddle tank engine, but with caterpillar tracks. I guess it really is a tank engine now. That's weird. How come? Why is the low poly model for that engine shed a completely different model? That is strange. Well, it's not a different model, but it's rotated 90 degrees when it's further away. That is a bizarre one. I might have to swap that shed out for something else that's less distracting. I'll complete the road first. Yeah, I think I'll swap that for something else. Maybe that. But I wonder if it actually has an easier time getting in. I mean, think his ears still brush. Uh, brush the top of the shed entrance. But it's no worse than the previous shed. Have I ever thought about drawing my own interpretation of Jeffrey, the engine Thomas made up? Well, if you watch the workshop engines video, then you might be in for a treat. Might add a water tower here as well. I mean, based on the noises it makes, I imagine the OSTER LOCO is probably a diesel engine, but you know, it's good to have stuff like this just on the off chance that a steam engine does end up visiting this line. And how Connor, Caitlin, Timothy, and Philip would work in the Railway Series canon, since it's all based on American engines. Yeah, I'm still not sure how exactly I'm going to tackle Connor and Caitlin. I think I could probably find a way to work Timothy and Philip into things, but I think Connor and Caitlin would definitely be a loading gauge issue. So it could be that, again, maybe something similar to what I did with Hank and the pen pal route, although I don't want it to be just the exact same story again. I would want things to be a bit different, a bit more interesting, or to keep things interesting, I should say. Can I add like a diesel tank or something? Maybe an extra siding next to the shed with a diesel tank, just so the OSTER LOCO can refuel. Use the same height here. You know, add a diesel tank here. Maybe I could like maybe flatten some of this out and add a small town or something. Or have the two American streamliners be preserved at British railway museums like York or Shildon? That's certainly a possibility. Maybe even have it so they're, well, I was going to say preserved by the Crovens Gate Preservation Society, but since that was apparently not formed until after King of the Railway aired, it might make things a bit strange if we're to believe that the TV series is just an adaptation of the Railway series in the Railway series canon. It was flat. Evidently not. Oh. Yeah. Slightly enlarge the radius. Sort of worked. Riding in the railway series cannon wouldn't be a goods engine, but it could handle the passenger traffic on the Harwick line since its basis was built for suburban work. Yeah, that's a possibility with Walter handling the goods work. What is this? What is this? That's gone. What was it? It was like one long rail. So just to be What about skiff? Well, again, I'm not entirely sure yet. I do have some plans for the next TV series and the Railway Series style video. Although I haven't included a skiff in it. I don't think skiff's going to be in the next video. I'm not sure. Not sure when I'll add him, but it'll be eventually. Thoughts on Jack and the Pack? It's been a while since I last watched the Jack and the Pack episodes. I seem to remember them being interesting enough. Well, admittedly, the last time I watched the Jack and the Pack episodes, it was still the nitrogen era, so anything looked good compared to that. Since you already have Thomas being sent to work on the Harwick line with... I deleted it. Which Rheneas pronunciation do I prefer? I guess I'm used to Rheneas since I grew up with the TV series. And how would the pack work in the Railway series? I don't think it would be particularly difficult to get it to work in the Railway series, since I mean, there must surely be construction vehicles on Sodor in the Railway series universe. And I guess there's no reason why those construction vehicles can't be the pack. What if Caitlin was the B&O streamliner that Duchess of Hamilton raced when she visited the US in 1939? Yeah, maybe it could be that Caitlin is a character that well, we only hear about in a flashback sequence, and like when Thomas is visiting York, Duchess of Hamilton tells him about uh about the time she raced Caitlin. Imagine the Packard and Company facilities being based at Kronk without a rail connection. Yeah, that's possible to, I guess, in a way, link it back to uh, the TV series and how the pack is based at Kronk in that. Although it's weird to think that apparently Kronk is almost like a secondary big station in the Railway series canon, and then you see the TV series version, and it's just a tiny branch line halt basically. So I guess the large scale models with the because the large scale models were so big, they probably didn't have enough room to make it any bigger. Well, happy Easter, PS. You and your grandpa got a 7.25-inch gauge engine as an electric engine. All right, that's very good. Yeah, I had some shops and houses around here. It's a bicycle shop. It's only got pictures of bicycles inside. That's a bit strange. Maybe you just you go to one of the people working in the shop. You just say, "Oh, I want one of these bikes," and just point to the picture, and then they'll send you one in the post or something. Clinton cars complete with the old logo. Make some room for adding a pavement afterwards. DS shop. Actually, I want to add some corner shops, don't I? Now that feels more like it belongs in a city rather than a small town. I think hand cars are impossible to be sentient. There's nowhere to put the face. And it's quite possible, although, I mean, if I remember right, I forget if it was Christopher Audrey or Clive Spong who said that the replica Stevenson's rocket is sentient despite not having a visible face, and because it doesn't have a smoke box, there's nowhere to really put the face. And Ryan could cover for Duck and Oliver's duties after they get into an accident, and then the praise he gets from passengers and the Scottish twins goes to his smoke box and starts belittling Duck and Oliver when they ride back. That could be a way of working his original personality into the Railway series timeline. Stevenson's rocket replica was probably made because the original is too old or worn out to run again. Yeah, I think if they were to restore the original Stephenson's rocket to working order, they basically have to replace everything, and at that point, they might as well have just built a replica. Except now they don't have the original, so I think a replica was certainly the right way to go. It's huge. Well, no, that's equally as huge. Right, headcanon that Stephen's a replica. Yeah, it's possible. I've got some plans rattling around for Stephen, but they will have to wait until I'm ready to show them off, I suppose. The only thing with adding Pottery's loop line assets is that I mean that if I want to put this on the download station and people want to download it, then I'll have to pay up in order to have all the assets. I don't think these are PLL assets. I think they're freeware. Not entirely sure. Don't quote me on that. Doesn't really work. The rocket's been moved to Locomotion and Shieldon. Is that the replica or the original? So I remember I saw both the replica and the original at York in when I last went to the National Railway Museum, which was 2022. Iron Duke's an actor. You know, it can't be the original. Is the original even around anymore? Um, um, I don't think it is. It's funny to think that the replica Iron Duke was made using parts of an austerity, so he's I guess a distant cousin of Wilbert. The original rocket's at Shieldon, and the original Iron Duke is dead. Yeah, that makes sense. I think Old Slow Coach deserves a human name, or has Old Slow Coach become a name? Um, and she probably did have a name because I doubt she was. I doubt she was called Old Slow Coach when she was first built. Um, maybe she was called New Fast Coach, but probably not. She being related to Coldie Fell numbers 1 to 8 is weird to think about. Yeah, I think that was brought up in last week's stream. It's always strange to think how unlikely characters are technically related to one another in one way. Like how Scruff and Elizabeth, you could make an argument that they're related because they're both built by Sentinel. Maybe names like Victoria or Marjorie could work for Old Slow Coach. Well, we've already got a coach called Victoria. Well, maybe Marjorie could work. How are we doing? Should maybe do with adding a church somewhere. I like to imagine all the Great Western engines to all have Dickens type names like Montague and Oliver. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Thoughts on Jeremy the Plane? It's been so long since I've watched the episode he first appeared in, and I don't remember him doing much else apart from that, other than like, a PNG of him appearing in a CGI era episode, and for some reason was he in Thomas Wood? Um, which is yeah, that's a bit strange to think about, since he hadn't appeared in the show for about a decade by that point. Jeremy was in Thomas Wood. I guess they just needed a plane, and they didn't want to use Tiger Moth. Yeah, I think actually I'm going to have to sort of extend this a little bit so I can actually fit some houses on there. Let's remember. And Jeremy had a questionable face design. Well, you can't see out of his no, his eyes where his windows should be. So if you if you're piloting him, wouldn't be able to you won't be able to see where you're going. Too massive. That's a bit more manageable. Wonder how much those houses would cost. Yeah, I don't know about the property prices because I mean, it might be a bit. Once we've added all the scenery, it might be quite a picturesque place to live. Although perhaps the value would go down by the fact that you have to contend with seeing the OSTER LOCO run around and performing its duties all day. All engines go pilot looks like an acid trip. I remember the pilot or the test animation or whatever it was for all engines go looking somehow even less like the original show than the actual than the actual All Engines Go series ended up being. How am I doing? I'm doing fine. We're slowly but surely getting this route made. Hopefully, it'll look all right by the time we're done. And did I get caught out by any Thomas April Fools this year? Oh, and there was the thing that Tootly Thomas wrote about Flynn Jr. being like created from parts of the original Flynn after he'd been involved in a terrible accident or something, which I'm guessing is an April Fool's joke. I don't think I've heard any confirmation either way, but it doesn't seem like the kind of thing Mattel would write for the upcoming reboot. And Gordon's pilot design looked hideous. His funnel was huge, and he looks like a toy. At least his final design looks more faithful to normal Gordon. Yeah, I wonder if it was Mattel who stepped in and were like, we still need to make the characters look somewhat like they originally did for the sake of brand recognition. To be honest, I remember when All Engines Go was first coming out, or when it was like first announced. I remember believing that they wouldn't change the merchandise and it would just be the same as it was before, simply because it didn't look anything like the CGI series either. So why would they change it to be more accurate for All Engines Go? But then they did. And I think the All Engines Go merchandise looks better for it, even if it's not exactly my kind of thing. And Carly's buffers are her lights, which means they would break if she shunts. Yeah, I didn't realise her buffers were her lights. It's a bit of a strange choice. And Bulstrode's return in All Engines Go was surprising and baffling. Now, I suppose they just needed a boat character, and I guess the only other option was Captain, and I guess Bulstrode had a more defined personality, so they went with Bulstrode. I'm not going to spend too much time detailing this town because from the railway, you're not going to see much of it. And we want to give ourselves time to detail the rest of the railway. We'd think Bulstrode and Skiff interacted in All Engines Go. Yeah, I admit I forgot that Skiff was even in All Engines Go. That goes to show how little I've watched it. Oh, this is an end paper station 2.0. Well, I'm hoping that we get it done a little bit quicker than end paper station. It might be that in the future, because I still want an excuse to build routes in Trainz, because it's a fun pastime, even if it's a bit slow. But I wonder if the way to go in the future will be to sort of record myself doing it and then like edit it together to and then like edit it together into a video to make something a bit snappier and a bit less with a bit less dead air going on. Because I probably so far had the most fun with the Extreme Express live stream, and I am still working on a stream highlights video for that, so look out for that soon. And like I said earlier on in the stream, I think next week's stream will probably be another Wonders of Sodor stream where I do the shunting challenges. Chumpoo was commented with the £5. Thank you very much. What's annoying in All Engines Go is that Gordon gives the orders to the little engines instead of Sir Topham Hatt, despite him being the head of the railway. Yeah, I suppose they wanted a bit of a I guess they maybe figured that it would be I don't know, a bit more engaging if they had like a dad train, for lack of a better term, to guide the engines instead of a human. Part of me wonders what All Engines Go would have been like if it was if the main characters were Stuart and Falcon, and instead of Gordon, the father figure was Duke. Maybe that would have been a fun spin-off. Big World Big Ventures has a crane named Carter. He's Beresford shaped, but his face is Merrick but square shaped. Now I'm trying to remember if I remember Carter. Was he in the film, or was he in one of the international episodes? So I did watch the film when it came out. It's aside from Thomas and the Magic Railroad, it's the only Thomas film I've seen it in the cinema. Would have liked to have seen Legend of the Lost Treasure in the cinema, but my local cinema wasn't showing it when it came out. But I haven't watched the Big World Big Adventures movie since I saw it in the cinema, which was 8 years ago. Will I remake Thomas episodes and Railway Series stories in the future in Trainz? I'm not sure. It's I mean, I prefer doing original stories than remaking stuff. Or if I'm going to remake something, I'd like to like fully adapt it rather than just have footage with audio from the episode playing in the background. I like to rewrite the stories and stuff like that. But one thing I do find about Trainz Thomas content is that it can be quite difficult to find the assets you're after. Like sometimes content will just get taken down with no prior warning, or maybe there was a prior warning, but I wasn't lurking Twitter when they announced it, so I never knew. But well, I think I mentioned in the past that when I get round to setting up a Patreon, account, that Mystery Rail's back. Hopefully that disappears like it did last time. But yeah, when I get round to setting up a Patreon account, I'd like to... one of the things I would like to do is maybe make Trainz models of the characters I've featured in my videos. So like Rocket, Puff and Shunt in Trainz, or the mystery mid-Sodor engines, or like well, you know the rest, the TV series exclusive characters in the Railway series style, and maybe even the Mighty Express redesigns. Because I've obviously been a long time since I last made an engine in Trainz, but I found as time went on, the process became a bit less fun, because back when I was using Gmax, it was fairly easy to make Trainz models, and I just keep knocking them out and getting better and better with each one. Whereas with Blender and the PBR stuff, it's a much more thorough process, I suppose. But I guess if there's as cynical as this may sound, if there's money involved, then it might incentivize me to go back to making Trainz models. And it'd probably be one of those cases where they're like Patreon exclusive for a while, and then they eventually become freeware after a certain amount of time has passed. No, I wasn't Mr. Percival brought into the show until the hit era. It was interesting because in the classic series, it does kind of feel, in a way, it does sort of feel like the Fat Controller almost owns the island, because not only does he own, or does he operate or manage both the Northwestern and Scarleri railways, but also the circus is named after him. And then in the in Three Cheers for Thomas, his face appears on the Sports Day medals. And part of me wonders if they brought in Mr. Percival after, well, after Britt and David left the show in an attempt to, I guess, make it seem less like the Fat Controller has a monopoly over everything on the island. Trainz World has a route called Peak Forest Railway with the Fowler 4F. Oh yeah, I couldn't remember if the Fowler 4F was in the Spirit of Steam DLC as well, rather that was just the Jubilee and the 8F. Oh, that was just the Jubilee and the 8F. Is the Peak Forest Railway a real place? I know the well, I think it is fictional, isn't it? Because I thought the name sounded like a cross between the Dean Forest Railway and the Peak Railway. Because the Peak Forest Railway has all three of the well, it has 4F, the Jubilee, and the 8F. So if you want to mod more steam engines into Wonders of Sodor, I guess pick up one of the older Trainz World games and Peak Forest, and I don't know how you actually mod the engines into Wonders of Sodor, but I'm sure there are tutorials out there. Right, should I start thinking about adding some trees? So what I like to do is add the 3D trees sort of nearer to where the railway is, and then use the billboard trees or the 2D trees in the background, because even though this computer is no slouch, Trainz is not a very well optimized game, and so it's a good idea to optimize your routes where and when you can. I do like the European beach asset just because of how huge it is. Can I rotate this? No. Am I disappointed about the smaller mountain railways from Sodor not being in the TV series? Well, at least we eventually did get the Arlesdale Railway in the TV series. And with the Coldie Fell Railway, it would have been nice to have it in the TV series. But on the other hand, there's only so many stories you can tell due to the extremely strict safety measures. I think the Adventure Begins will get eventual sequels. I mean, it'd be nice, but I think it's been so long since the original The Adventure Begins came out that I'd almost be I'd almost more expect them to just redo The Adventure Begins again. It would certainly be nice to see to maybe see a sequel with with maybe like a with like a Percy's introduction, or maybe a rewrite of James's stories. I've had 2 reboots in the last 5 years anyway. Yeah. So they'd have to recontextualize everything anyway, probably. So I imagine the upcoming reboot will have its own continuity separate from the CGI series, well, the original CGI series, I should say, because obviously the reboot is in itself a CGI series. You know, I'm finding it weird that Mr. Percival had a red car in the merchandise, because he doesn't in the show he doesn't really drive, does he? He just takes his bike everywhere. And by merchandise, I just mean take along and take and play. Yeah, I couldn't remember if they did a wooden railway one or not. Is Ertl the best diecast line? Well, I have a lot of fondness for it. I think objectively, take along and early take and play are probably better because they've got more consistent scaling. The track system's obviously a lot better and less of an afterthought. And like the tenders aren't rigid, and and there's articulated bogies and stuff like that. But that doesn't take away the like the impact that Ertl had on Thomas fans who grew up in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. If the PT and PT Boomer stand for passing through, what could his actual name be? Patrick Tyrone Boomer? Or maybe Boomer's his first name, or maybe even his last name. And maybe it could be, I was going to say it could be his first name, and maybe the PT isn't part of his legal name at all, and it really does just stand for passing through. Although, again, they could make a reference to that old catalogue listing and say that his first name is Pete, because there was like some old I think there was like an old listing on a website for the Ertl toy of PT Boomer that never came out, where they called him Pete Boom by accident. PT Boomer. Yeah, that could be his actual name. Do I think Solomon got scrapped? I don't know. I can't remember if I gave him a number or not. I don't think I did. And with that in mind, it's who knows what happened to him. Maybe he even turned over a new leaf and now loves steam engines. Peak Forest Railway is actually a real railway. Ah, but it was closed in 1968. For some reason, I was under the impression it was a heritage railway, but evidently not. is the TV series stuck in the 60s. I don't think they. I don't think it's supposed to be set in any specific time period, and the closest we get is when Prince Charles or King Charles appears in the uh, royal engine, and he's still a child, which I guess would probably mean it's set in the 50s or like early 60s maybe. But I don't think it's they're like going to fully commit to saying, oh, it's definitely set in this specific time period. I think because for a lot of kid shows, it tends to be pretty rare for kid shows to outright state um, the exact year it takes place in. And Peak Forest Railway when it meets the Mid Mountain Railway. Yeah. Could you call the Mid Soda Railway the Mid Mountain Railway because it's mid because the clue's in the name, and it's a mountain railway because it's got the mountain road. What we call the Mid Soda Railway's control of the mid controller. That's entirely possible. Does that mean we could call the Coldy Fell controller the peak controller? This is what you've all come to see, just adding grass to the sides of the track. If I do that, then settle it on the ground. Also, while I'm here, I might as well ballast the track. Make it look more like an actual railway. Feel Mr. Mac's first name could be Mac, so his full name is Mac. And it's possible. I don't know how much his parents would have hated him to have given him a name like that. I guess the other possibility is that his first name is Big. Or Apple. Imagine Jeffrey the Workshop Engines being a red Tender Pacific. Yeah, I mean, it does. The illustration does kind of look like C. Reginald Dolby just used his design for Gordon and painted him red. But the text says tank engine, so he's got to be a tank engine. Mr. Mac looks like Abraham Lincoln. He does a little bit. I think mind you, I suppose pretty much all Victorian men with top hats and sideburns have the potential to look a bit like Abraham Lincoln. Was the track ballasted? Why, yes, I believe it is. I think Mighty Mac could be a better name for Mr. Mac. Quite possibly. I was going to say Mighty's not a first name, but then no, I guess neither is Big. Although they are both the names of Sonic characters, so you never know. I'll smooth this out a little bit. Mac, Mighty Mac. Yeah, that can be his full name. I think it'd be nice to add maybe a few buildings around this smaller station. Maybe some cottages. Actually, there's some crossing cottages. Oops. What did select the asset? Nice day for it, isn't it? Certainly is a nice day for route building. Or a nice night for route building, as it is for me. Well, unlucky took Headcanon's Mighty Mac to be named after Mr. Mac. Oh yeah, I think I remember that. It's an interesting idea. Especially if Mighty Mac's first name really is not Mighty Mac, Mr. Mac's first name really is Mac. Or Mighty. some telegraph poles here and there. And that seems a bit too low down, actually. I think we have anything a bit taller. Oh, mind you, it's not so much that it's too short, so much as it is buried in the ground. What basis is Lincoln? Well, I made him a Fox Walker locomotive, similar to the type that worked on the Somerset and Dorset Railway. But I don't think, I say I don't think he was based on anything specific, although Clive Spong reckons that he was probably given a reference to work from. Although I didn't really find anything that quite matched the illustration, so I'm not sure. He could be, it's possible that he's misremembering. You The alleged Coldy face sheet that turned out to be fan made. I'm not familiar with that. I have seen, I think it was around the time Tale of the Brave came, or was being being marketed. I think there was a fake leak doing the rounds that of a supposed screenshot of Coldy on a puffing along a rack railway. It was like a sort of a, I guess, quite an aerial view of Coldy, but it was clearly edited from an episode which, if I remember right, was from the Nitrogen era. So the It wouldn't have matched up with what was currently being made anyway. And George appeared in a Hit Era Thomas interactive segment where he had an eye mechanism. Did he have an eye mechanism, or was it was it just done using video effects like Bertie in the later model seasons? Because Bertie never had an eye mech, but I think from season 7 onward, he's seen with moving eyes because they basically just recorded another character's eye mechanism and sort of superimposed it onto Bertie. And then there was there was 1 or 2 Hit Era episodes where they didn't bother with that and basically just used some horrible flash tweening effect to make his eyes move, which didn't look great. I might need to replicate Clive Spong style. Well, I have done in some videos, and not as often as most of the other artists, but I have done it, and probably will do it again in future videos. I know that in the Hit model seasons, there was a lot of reusing old unused faces because presumably the people working on those episodes weren't familiar with the or weren't familiar with I guess the look of the show and which faces were used and which ones weren't. But it's this reason why I personally don't believe the common rumor that the O face was they based the idea that they stopped using the O face because they thought it was too scary or off-putting, because there are so many faces that look far more off-putting than the O face that they just kept, even if they didn't use. And I guess it's not impossible that the face just they deliberately stopped using that face and stopped cataloguing it in the face sheets, but it just doesn't seem likely to me. I suspect the face was just lost either between season 2 and three's production, or maybe even during season 2's production, because it only appears on one set in season 2, which is Tidmouth. I don't care for the fact that you have to actually instruct the splines to settle onto the ground. I just kind of wish that they would. That was how they acted by default. Ah, I've evidently forgotten to change that. Is it called? No, it's just called Trainz 22, I think. Yeah, we somehow managed to go. What's that? Almost 5 hours. Crikey, we've been streaming. Well, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Might have to hurry myself along a bit. The Edward strikes I may have taken place, or oh yeah, there's. Yeah, I think I may have seen that edit where Edward is still a new engine, which is an interesting way of well, reinterpreting that reinterpreting the story. Isn't there a surviving Dutch 440 built by Sharp Stewart that's basically a K2? Yeah, I think so. It's not far off the yeah, it's not far off the K2 in terms of design. There's also a Belgian locomotive that I believe is inspired by a Caledonian Railway 440, but it looks very similar to Edward. Well, the NS1600 was built before the K2 was built in Scotland. Yeah, well, I think by that point, Sharp Stewart had relocated to Scotland because it, if I remember right, they used to be based in Manchester. And then I think later on they merged into, did they like merge with Nielsen to become North British Works or something like that? Trainson World has a heritage railway DLC called the West Somerset Railway. Yeah, that's the setting for the Trainson World Thomas DLC that they did before Wonders of Sodor. Remember, it was one of the earliest DLCs that was ever in Trainson World because it predates the addition of steam engines. So you had a heritage railway route that was just diesels. Remember, Train Simulator Classic had a Christmas route where gnomes steal presents, and you have to get them back and play as a miniature red diesel engine. Yeah, I seem to remember in the earlier days, Train Simulator Classic did have a lot of, can't remember if they were freeware or payware DLCs, but they did actually sort of like, well, I guess they were, they're sort of a bit more novelty based. Like I'm sure there was one with zombies. I think I'm hearing about that. What was the rights to tugs? Are they with the David Mitten estate and or Robert Cardona? I admit I'll admit I don't really have a clue, although I'm sure I heard something about how the yes, the rights to tugs were with TVS, who distributed and broadcast the show in the UK. But then after they lost their broadcasting contract in the early 90s, I'm sure I remember hearing the TVS library changed hands a few times. Is now owned by some obscure division of Disney, but don't quote me on that. It could be completely wrong. And if Disney do own tugs, then they are doing themselves a great disservice by not putting it on Disney Plus. That's all I'll say. Was tugs on ITV like Thomas? Yeah, it was. Because TVS was back when ITV wasn't a single company. They were basically different companies would operate ITV in different parts of the country. So TVS was what? Well, TVS was ITV for the south and southeast of England at the time. And the idea of Disney owning the rights to tugs feels strange to me. Yeah, I don't know for certain if they do own tugs. I could have misinterpreted something. Well, maybe in the future there'll be another car spin-off, which is Dis instead of along with Disney Pixar cars and Disney planes, we'll have Disney boats, and we'll have 10 Cents and Sunshine making appearances. Tugs in Kingdom Hearts is a hilarious AU to think about. Never stop dreaming. Maybe one day. I haven't had a drink in a while. Remember the rumour that Rosie was a repurposed Little Owl from Tugs, despite the latter not really looking anything like an S100? Yeah, I do remember that. Which was a fun theory, but I don't think there's ever any weight to it. Tugs is owned 50% by Robert Cardona, and the other half is by BMG Rights Management. All right. So I guess the Disney thing wasn't true, or if it is, it's outdated information. better, I think. Wonder how tugboats can have uncles. Maybe Sea Rogue's uncle could be just a close friend who he sees as an uncle. Well, that's probably it. I suspect it's one of those things that you're not encouraged to really think too hard about. I'll try and speed through this as quick as I can, and then add some billboard trees in the background, and then add some different ground textures rather than just the same old grass texture for everything, and then hopefully we can actually start exploring the route. I read any books of Richard Scarry before. He's a popular author. I'm sure I must have read some of his books as a kid. I remember the cartoon because that used to air on Nick Jr. back in the 90s and early 2000s. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you're wondering what that was, I accidentally pressed the co-pilot button, which is never a good thing. You still watch the Richard Scarry cartoon. It's very charming. And they made this weird cartoon called Busy Town Mysteries. Hooray for Huckle, where it's just a mystery solving show. All right. I'm not familiar with the mystery solving show. Unless you meant that was just an episode of the cartoon. It's been so long since I last watched it, I couldn't tell you. Selecting the wrong thing. Busy Town Mysteries basically ruined some characters. Pig, Pig will and Won't Hurt had it worse. They're depicted as two troublemakers, even though their original versions is that they're opposite twins. Well, that's a shame. Still believe that OSTER is an abomination. Uh, I suppose it is an abomination, but you can't help it. bit of decorating round here, I think. I think this is the more or less the last bit that needs the last bit that needs much in the way of decorating. Just this stretch of line over here, and then we can start. Well, then I can start adding some different ground textures, and then we should be able to actually explore the route at long last. Actually, still want to add some 2D trees in the background. That shouldn't take too long. Yeah, if I'm trying to lower scenery items that already like like 50 meters deep into the ground, I'm not going to have the easiest time. Royal Rabbit, $15. Thank you very much. One, your art is cool. Wow, thank you very much. And opinion on rainy slash cloudy weather. Well, since I live in the UK, I have to get used to weather like that. It's oh, um, I don't love it, but I guess you can't live without it. I do prefer I do prefer days to be um a bit sunnier. I know a lot of autistic people don't aren't a huge fan of sunny days because it's a well, it can be a bit of a I guess a sensory overload on the eyes, especially if you're directly facing the sun. But I don't know. Always preferred. I've always preferred sunny days to grey and overcast days. As I could have a little opening here where you can sort of see part of the town. Also, I need to add some buffers. Yeah. Speaking of rainy weather, how do they recreate rain in Model Era Thomas? If I remember correctly, the majority of the time, we never actually. Actually, I'm not sure because there's the. I guess there's like the misty rain from Percy Gets It Right, which I'd assume is maybe done with like a hose with a like a mist effect. But a lot of the time, I know in the hit model seasons, there's I think it's usually just an overlay. But then in a lot of the earlier episodes, there often just is no rain at all, and they just kind of make it look like there's rain by, I guess, putting like droplets of water on the engines. Like in the sad story of Henry, there's basically, I think aside from the opening shot, there's basically no rain in the throughout the entire episode. I want to delete the shrub. Oh, definitely. It's the giant staircase, isn't it? Better ones than that. Yeah, let's have some cars parked by the station. I will add a tarmac texture here, so they're not just parked on grass. You see, I'd use a smoke machine and blew smoke across the sets to look like windy rain, and they use digital effects. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what happened. this is further away from the track. It doesn't need to be high volley. Hoping that adding this much grass to the side of the track will make it feel a bit more complete, particularly around here where there's not a lot of scenery already here yet. Now I think I might add some 2D trees. What if Arc era characters what Arc era characters am I most looking forward to drawing in the Railway series style? It'll be interesting to see how I handle Stephen. Now, I've got some ideas down for Stephen. I'm quite looking forward to drawing his picture. And I guess I'm quite looking forward to drawing Ryan as well. I think Flying Scotsman's model in the model series would look exactly like Gordon's. Would his running board be different from Gordon's if they had more budget? I think they'd probably at least make the running board different. But it's hard to know because obviously the Flying Scotsman never did appear in the model series. Right, I think I can start texturing the ground now. So I think I mentioned this in the previous train stream, but I don't like to use PBR textures for the ground because they don't well, you can't mix and match them with non-PBR textures, otherwise it just looks all wrong. And as long as the textures I'm using are high res, I don't think it matters too much that they're not three-dimensional. You check to see if the Oigara Railway did form a sister relationship with the Swiss Mountain Railway. And it turns out they have. The mountain railway is Brienne's Rothorton Barn or Rotorton Barn. Oh, I'll have to give that a look at some point. PBR text. So is that? Can't all be PBR. Like the tall brick bridge. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Shouldn't be too long before we can start exploring the line in the OSTER LOCO, and then we can see the bridge from different angles. think this route might be about ready to try out. But before I do anything else, I'm going to go for a very quick toilet break. I'll try and be less than a minute, as quick as I can. I will see you very soon, and then we can start driving the OSTER LOCO and exploring the route. There we are. Told you it'd be quick. I don't think there's really any rolling stock that goes with the OSTER LOCO, but nevertheless, I shall couple up some trucks to it. Wonder actually. I was going to say, if it's a German engine, maybe German rolling stock will work better with it. But I think trying to find rolling stock that fits with the OSTER LOCO is something of a lost cause. So looking at it, the buffers are lower down than this German truck. I wonder how it compares with a British rolling stock. Well, it fares slightly better than British rolling stock, but even that is the buffers are higher up than the OSTER LOCO, so I don't know what's going on. You got any coaches that can sort of fit? Oh, that everything looks massive compared to the OSTER LOCO. Although that is, if we compare the rabbit with the humans, that is one massive rabbit. I know that there are some species of rabbits that are quite big, but I'm not sure if there are any that are quite as big as that when compared to a human. I've got some coaches to pull now. I should probably check to make sure that all the points are set the right way. Well, that's not set the right way. Let's quickly fix that, and well, this one as well, I guess. I think that's pretty much the only point on the route. So with that, we can change to drive mode, and then start driving, I guess.
Yes.
I only just started driving, it's already making strange noises. Not much clearance between the coaches and the footbridge. Oh no, there isn't. I can almost see sparks flying off. I guess it's because the footbridge is a British design and the coaches are French. So it really is a... Oh, there's two OSTER LOCOs. There's one in the shed. Must have forgotten to delete that one. That is most certainly the engine of all time. It certainly is. Now let's remove the HUD. Sir Nigel Gresley could never. Indeed he couldn't. It is slow starting, it certainly is. I'm not sure how fast it can go. Are these points set the right way? They are now. I'm starting to speed up a bit, which is impressive since we're going uphill. Man, it's like the mountain road from the Mid-Central Railway. That's what we in the trade call a reference. And a lot of trees too close to the line. Another reference is referencing Henry's Forest. We're going over the bridge. I'm sure Nigel Gresley's pretty glad he could never. Perhaps. I'm trying to remember if these coaches have interiors. They do not have interiors. Well, I might run along and check to see if these points are set correctly. Once again, they are now. How fast are we going now? About 50. I wonder, why has it changed to kilometres an hour? Can't remember how to change it back. I want my freedom units. It's not in here, is it? No, I don't know where it went, where the option to change to miles an hour went. Picking up the pace. If only I knew what 60 kilometres an hour was in miles an hour. Now we're approaching the tunnel. This is where we find out whether or not the tunnel is actually synced up with itself. Yeah, it's looking alright so far. Yeah, it's more or less fine. I wonder whether we'll see the OSTER locomotive in either next stream or a future stream. Yeah, hopefully. I think the next stream might be another Wonders of Sodor stream where I do the shunting challenges. But if I do another train stream, then maybe the OSTER loco can become a sort of mascot. OSTER loco in the railway series style. Yeah, that's might be something worth doing for next Easter. A video all about the OSTER loco. So they used to have those double-page spreads in the Thomas magazine where it's like all about character such and such, like all about Boko, all about Scarloey, but it's all about the OSTER loco. And if you write to the Thomas magazine, you can win an Ertl OSTER loco. So 88. Aha. So that's 56 miles an hour. Actually, what I might quickly do is edit the environment so we've got slightly nicer looking lighting, maybe. You could maybe have it. Yeah, you can have it set during the evening. Is that the evening or is it morning? Not sure. Let's get back to our train, wherever it is. Here we are. It's starting to get dark, so we can turn on the headlight. How fast are we going now? 60 miles an hour. Isn't that just the most gorgeous sight you've ever seen? The OSTER LOCO rides into the sunset. You heard there's going to be a Trackmaster OSTER LOCO planned for release in 2014, but it was cancelled last minute in favour of Trackmaster 2. That's a shame. I think the world just wasn't ready. I wonder how long it will take for it to reach its full speed. It really is a beautiful sight, isn't it? That's how I used to film my tracking shots back in when I was making Trainz videos back in 2009. Maybe Railway Series OSTER locomotives would be a man in a rabbit costume driving a steam outline diesel egg locomotive. Quite possibly. It does almost seem like the sort of thing that they would have at a, I don't know, like maybe a theme park or a country park as like a, or just as for something they'd put on, have for like an Easter event they might put on. I don't think this is based on anything real, but I could be wrong. How fast are we going now? 81 miles an hour. Can we get to 88 miles an hour so we can go back to the future? Oops. Almost turned reshade off for a second. I actually made a route for that whole thing. I certainly did. A little Rabbit Warren style route. I'm just trying to see if it can break the sound barrier. We might be here a while. Geez, how fast can this thing go before it comes off at the points or topples over a curve? Well, luckily there's no, well, luckily for it, there's no derailment physics in Trainz. So it will stay on the track no matter how fast it goes. Actually, might enable the drone camera. And there they are. Oh. There. Now, isn't that just the loveliest thing you've seen in your life? Oh. He doesn't need tunnels. What a lovely face. It certainly is. Well, no, we don't want to see inside it. Or do we? Yeah. Oh. No, we've gone in the tunnel again. The tunnel, the arch nemesis of the drone camera. Those freaking eyes. Yeah. They're very handsome eyes. 97 miles an hour. The Rabbit is an SCP, quite possibly. if I do that, then we can get a really wide angle. Oh, now we're in a tunnel again. Going to beat the world record for fastest train. Well, we can always hope. It's reached 100 miles an hour. 101, it's faster than Flying Scotsman. $103. And it's tunnel time again. It's already beaten record for the fastest Easter egg. Yeah. I wonder how fast, because obviously the tradition, actually I don't know if anyone still does it, is rolling your Easter eggs down a hill. I wonder what the fastest speed anyone's the world speed record for fastest Easter egg to be rolled down a hill is. Trainz truly is one of the most realistic simulators ever made. Quite possibly. Remember the super old prank videos on YouTube where someone dressed up as the most terrifying Easter Bunny costume ever made? Did it look like the creature driving the OSTER LOCO? I wonder. I don't like it when we see his insides. Oh dear. That's not what you want to see. This, on the other hand, you really do want to see. You want to get a lovely look at his face. Going 110 miles an hour. We're still accelerating from what it seems. The speed limit, of course, is 40 miles an hour, but the OSTER LOCO sees speed limits as something of a suggestion. Perhaps a suggestion on how fast not to go. And we are still accelerating despite climbing a hill. The OSTER Bunny has no brains. He doesn't need brains. He is all-knowing. He knows what you did. How have I been? I've been alright. Rediscovering the joys of the OSTER LOCO has certainly helped me to see the light. Trainz also has another small but fast locomotive, the egg liner. I've never heard of the egg liner. Oh, that's like the what was it? The Lionel did something a bit like that, didn't they? Was it Lionel or one of the American O-gauge companies did like these sort of egg trains, which are just like the which are just like little small round engines. Just seemed like a bit of a laugh, if nothing else. Rixeljet is going to have a lust for violence in the next couple of streams. That's what always happens to train YouTubers. They play train games and have an urge to destroy everything in their path. Quite possibly. I keep saying that I think my next stream is going to be the shunting challenges in Wonders of Soda, and I've heard that one of them, I think the Farquhar Quarry one, is not a walk in the park, or a chuff in the park. Or a trip to the sidings, which is a ruddy silly name for a pub. Saying that it was suited up Spring Bonnie on the funnel. Is that a Five Nights at Freddy's thing? Yeah, I thought so. Well, no, it's not. It's not him. $118 miles an hour. I wonder, actually, maybe the coaches are just holding this thing back. Maybe if I uncouple them on the hill, then we can unleash the true power. Goodbye, coaches. It was nice knowing you. Wonders of Sodor Jeremy DLC. Well, that can be a Flight Sim World add-on pack. We've got Bertie and Terence in Forza Horizon, and then Jeremy in Flight Sim World, or Microsoft Flight Simulator, or whatever, whichever one we're going to be doing. Or Jeremy DLC for IL2 Sturmovich, or whatever it's called. Now, will we catch up with the coaches, or will the coaches catch up with us, I wonder? Oh, Jeremy the pink hairdressing it. Oh, of course. Can't believe I referenced the thing that was from and I still didn't twig. I bet we're going to meet the coaches in the tunnel. Oh no, not this time. The spy hidden in the coaches is in for a bad time. Quite possibly. How fast are we going now? 122 miles an hour. Will we end up going faster than Mallard? That is the question. It reminds me when I was as a kid. We took a flight to Menorca, I think it was, one of the Balearic Islands. Oh, here we are. I'll catch up with the coach. Caught up with the coaches even. But I was going to say that yeah, we took a flight to Menorca, and while we were on the plane, my dad was telling me. Bear in mind, I was about 6 years old at the time. My dad was telling me, "Oh, do you know we're going about 500 miles an hour now?" And I said, "That's pretty fast, but it's not as fast as Mallard." Because all I'd heard was that Mallard was the world's fastest steam engine, and I was thinking, oh, surely if it's the world's fastest steam engine, it must be able to go super fast. 500 miles an hour is nothing for Mallard. But no, Mallard only went 126 miles an hour. Oh, I don't have the glitch. I don't know if anyone else remembers this, but in Trainz UTC, and possibly 2004 and stuff like that, if you were driving an engine and pushing rolling stock, and you uncoupled while you were pushing the rolling stock, it would like somehow like catapult forward, and you could like, if you had a bunch of trucks or coaches coupled together, you could stack the speed. So every time you uncoupled another truck, it would go flying again, and the trucks would just keep going faster and faster, and you could do crazy things with it. But sadly, in newer builds of Trainz, that doesn't seem to have panned out. The OSTER Rabbit should be a new character for Poppy playtime. Quite possibly. It's about time they had something that's actually scary. So Topham Hatt is a much better authority figure than Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs just likes money and being a terrible boss. Yeah. I think the Fat Controller is a bit more caring of his employees and workers. No, they're coupled back up. I want to see them how far they can go uncoupled. Oh, they're going to couple back up, I think. Yeah. I think we've reached our top speed. Unfortunately, seems we've petered out at about 121 miles an hour. I wonder how long does it take for us to come to a stop? What other strange noises can we hear? I think that might be all of them. The passengers in the train are terrified after finding out their engine just uncoupled from their train. Possibly. No, I couldn't stop at the station because it can't decelerate for anything.
Yes?
Where are the coaches? Good question. Can't see them. Which could mean that they're in the tunnel, but I don't know. I can hear the sound of something coasting. Oh, there they are. Oh. They are. He's at the front of his train again. And he's off. So what I might do is quickly rotate this one. And oops. And then have it go the other way. I'm sure we won't run into any problems by doing that. Of all the sound bites to include why yabba dabba do. Yeah, strange, because it seems like all the others are Looney Tunes sound effects, and then all of a sudden you've got Fred Flintstone in there. Is it a twin or just a look-alike? I think it's just another one of the same species. Oh, just off for a leisurely stroll. Imagine someone reskinning the OSTER LOCO into something even more scary. No? It's possible. Haven't seen any reskins of the OSTER LOCO. I guess people have just figured that you can't mess with perfection. A normal ride with my best friend, a giant cork statue of a bunny. It does look like a bit like he's made of cork. really does look gorgeous in the sunset, doesn't it? Oh, there's floating shrubs. We'll have to sort that out at some point. Ugh. Ugh. I haven't run into the other one yet. Oh! Well, that's the end of them then. I wasn't expecting a derailment, or at least the closest thing to a derailment you can get in this gun. Well, I guess the coaches are on their own now. Oh, I just spotted the Oster bunny is made of poo. Well, I don't think it's ever been confirmed that he isn't, so you might be onto something. Unfortunately, you can't see how fast rolling stock is when it's not coupled to an engine. It's a bit of a shame. I think N3V should bring back derail physics. It would be nice. Especially if they can make it like UTC, where you can like you can ride in the cab after you've derailed. Oh, now I'm stuck above. I'm going to tell my kids this is a diesel multiple unit. I don't think they're going to be getting all the way up the hill, which is a shame. While I'm here, I might delete the coaches and whereabouts are the two derailed engines? Not there. I was under the impression they were by one of the bridges, but perhaps not. I don't know where they are. Possibly, actually, the trains in well, newer versions of trains derail or disappear for shortly after they've derailed, don't they? So they're probably just gone. Have to spawn in another. utility. I thought they were. Writing the word utility didn't seem to do much. Well, these will do. These ones. Because now we can, with the parcels vans, we can deliver Easter eggs to all the boys and girls. The ones that aren't wise enough to have fled in terror. Oh. There we are. I think his ears just brushed the top of the footbridge. The 2026 die-cast model had passed Korean safety standards. That's good to hear, I suppose.
Yes.
I don't know if Korean safety standards are stricter than British or American ones, or other Western countries. That with OSTER LOCO, very true. That's what the heritage railways need to do. They need to start organising OSTER LOCO events. While I'm here, I'm actually going to try and adjust that if I can find it. Yeah, adjust that floating shrub. There we are. And I can get back to what I was doing. I don't know why it always spawns me by the engine shed. For some reason I have to wait for passengers despite this being a mail train. I don't know what that's about. Really hope they don't make Flynn Jr. Flynn's son because vehicles reproducing is a horrifying concept. Well, I doubt even if Flynn Jr. does end up calling Flynn his dad, I don't think they're actually expecting us to believe that that vehicles can give birth. I think it would just be a case of like a father figure. It's a rip-off Thomas model where he has 2010A on his bunker, and his face is a pretty good recreation of the shop face. Was that one of the... wasn't one of the Southwood bootlegs, was it? Those sort of janky-looking Tomy clones. What's the locomotive planning? I'm trying to remember if I have Annie and Clarabelle installed. I'll quickly check. Nope. Oh, well, maybe in a future stream. Yes, it was Southwood. Yeah, I thought so. I've just realised that in the cab view, the OSTER LOCO's footplate is sort of embedded into the ground. Which is this is another strange decision in the LOCO, seemingly created entirely out of strange decisions. Seen Flynn Jr. as a young character who was mentored by the original Flynn. Yeah, that'll make the most sense. Can I stop here? Oh. Yep, just about.
Yes?
This station isn't interactive though, so I don't have to wait for anything or anyone to board. So does the no. Just wondering if the brake van had an interior, but it is not to be. Let's get a good shot of the OSTER LOCO departing from the station. I did this last time where OBS claimed it was disconnected, but there doesn't seem to be any evidence that it actually has. Well, can it get up the hill? Actually, it's occurred to me, because I'm pulling the post train, if I make it night time, if I can find where I am. It's the other side, isn't it? And turn on the light. And we can see how the... You can see how the night sky glows, see the light from the night train, the fire glow of the night train, or in this case the headlight glow of the night train. Mattel needs to make a diecast for the OSTER LOCO pronto. They certainly do. If they know where the money is, they will. For some reason, at night, the well, I think it's something. Yes, it's the headlight. For some reason, it's rendering in front of the. It's rendering in front of the cab for some reason, or not what you expect. Maybe if I switch to drone mode, it'll look a bit better. Well, that certainly looks better. Oops. Hear how his whistle blows, yabba dabba doo. Zooming in too far and going into his brain. Although we did establish earlier that he doesn't have a brain. The OSTER Bunny looks worse in night time. Imagine seeing him at the front door. I don't have to imagine seeing him at the front door. He shows up at my front door every night. And then we we'll play a few games of Extreme Express World Grand Prix, and And he, but luckily I'm good enough at the game that I can beat him every time. Southwood Altered Toby. Wasn't the Southwood Toby just a coach or a truck or something? I don't think the Southwood Toby was powered. Got some houses lit up back there. I've heard the die-cast Thomas is about 80% plastic. It's a shame if true. And if they're going to go out of the way and call it metal, then you kind of want it to be metal, don't you? Southwood also gave its engines hair. I don't remember that. I know there were some bootleg Tommy Thomases that had moustaches. There's our stop down there. If I start slowing down now, I should be able to reach the station.
Yes.
That was weird. It was like went from one quote to another. It was like, nah, shabba dabba doo. Which is I don't think that's a phrase people say.
Yes.
Is it going to stop in time? I don't think it will.
Yes.
Right, well, considering it's now 3:20, I think I'm probably going to leave it there for tonight. But I hope you've enjoyed this this festive Easter stream, and I hope the OSTER LOCO comes around your house to deliver his eggs, which you probably don't want to know where they've been, but who knows? They might be just what you're after. But with that, I think I'm going to I think I'm going to end the stream before the OSTER LOCO comes and runs me over. And I will see you later, probably on Monday, where I upload another video. And with that, this is Rexeljet signing off. And hope you have a good rest of the day / night / morning.